Hello, and welcome back to some good old game. I hope everyone had a good day so far. I hope everyone had a good weekend as well. Oh, gotta do that waking up thing. Alright. Yeah. As predicted, I did not get as much work done this weekend towards game development as I would have liked. That was something I knew going into it. I spent a bit of time talking with people, a bit of time organizing some stuff, and yeah, like, I've just not had a lot of time, well, in between a lot of things, and I've also had plenty of other shite going on. So I do apologize for that. Not much got done. So I might do some work on art today, which is a bit of a different thing. But I kind of want to work on the skin stuff. Specifically the Iron Mouse splash I kind of want to work on, and I kind of want to work on a couple of other splash arts, amongst everything else. What is this message that I just got? Oh, it's a ping about from Pirate Software. Alright, no. Announcing something is released. Yeah, very normal. Oh, I got a message on Twitter from a scammer earlier today. That was funny. He called me George. It's like, hey George, your account is ready for you. And it's like, what? Of all the aliases I've ever run by, I don't think I've ever run by the name George. So, you know. Oh yeah, I was also looking up yesterday because I found a thing I really liked visually, but I decided against it because it was AI. They say AI assisted, which is normally meaning they did most of the initial stuff with AI, then redid it up afterwards. So I'm not doing that. But I did like the idea of it, the visual kind of style it has, and it's something that I've seen many times other places. So I want to do something towards that at some point. Learning kind of like anime watercolor style. I've seen a lot of visual styles like that, and I thought it would be an interesting one to try and learn. So I'm going to possibly toss my hat in to try and learn that. Hey there, how's it going? Is it Jamusu? But yeah, that was something that I saw that looked kind of interesting. Haven't been here since forever. I mean, that's how it is, right? Everyone's got their own lives. People turn up when they can and don't when they can't. I hold none of that against people, because I understand the difficulties of that. I mean, I feel bad enough that I haven't gone and hung out on any streams for VTubers in like fucking ages. Oh god, that's right. I couldn't find the original art for this anymore. So I'm gonna have to do some weird shit with this. Give me a second. Have graduated college since? I mean, that's very impressive. Well done. That is no small feat. Okay, so that's the PNG. Graduating college is extremely impressive, like, goddamn. Going through the motions as it is. Here we go. How's the game going? The game is going. That is something. That's almost, yeah. That's about right. But yeah, the game is indeed going. It is an up and down process. But, it is... yeah. We're getting somewhere with it all. Okay, I need her Season 3 model. There we go. I'd like to say there's more about the game, but like it's also just one of those things of it's this consistent and progressive cycle of work on it. Hold on. I gotta go. All good. Thanks for stopping by. So powerful, Lord. I don't know, man. I mean, it's one of those things of, what is knowing someone, I could always say. But I don't want to be that kind of ass right now. How am I going to redesign this? Because I was going to redesign the jacket. Where is my fucking drawing pad there? Because I don't like how this sits. Oh god, this is only the colors for this, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna save a sprite image. Of this. Now, can I launch that and it will still have that? Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I kind of need some, like, other colors. Let's see, we'll go with this for... Try and sort out the thing. Because the jacket is kind of probably better here. Let's draw on another layer. See if I can. See if I can find some like fan art of it to use for referencing ideas. By the way, can I just say that one there, the one that's right behind, right above my head there, that looks fucking gorgeous. Oh, is that the official one for whatchamacallit? Yeah, that's the Persephone skit, isn't it? Oh god, that looks nice. Or is that in celebration for her? I don't know. Yeah, that looks really cool. I like that. It doesn't look like I'm gonna easily get it by searching like season 3. I'm just gonna have to go by fan art and see if I can find stuff. Yeah, a lot of them are the season 2 because that's what I feel like most people know her with as design. That's why that was the one that I used as the foundation, because it's basically kind of similar to her first one as well. God, I love the way that looks. It's so nice. Yeah, like this I think makes more sense like this visually. Kind of like that. Can I just duplicate a layer? Can. Go. I think that looks a little bit better, but still not quite right. Okay. Um. Doesn't help that her dress is extremely complex by design as well. Okay. And then there is, oh god, this is a lot of complexity to this. This. There we go. Okay. Starting to go in the direction of looking a little bit better. There we go. Oh god, my arm is hurting today. Quite badly. That is very strange. Yeah, that doesn't look very great like that. I'll play around with that at a later point. I'm just getting the initial stuff kind of going, and then I'll move on to something else, I think. Just because I knew it wasn't very far along, makes me want to work on this one. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Like, there's so much wrong with the proportion and control on this one. That I don't know where I'm going with a lot of it. And like that looks a little bit better. Actually, an argument to say that none of this hair should be here, because, like, she doesn't have a long bit on the side. What I'm gonna do is go back to this lady here. A bit more like that, maybe. So I remember that the ears need to be a little bit more. So then the tattoo would be like slightly visual. So I'll make sure I need to do something for that as well. So I've thinned down her legs a little bit. I've tried to make the curve a bit better for how her body shape is, but I still think like this, the legs might need to just come forward. And this needs to just be changed drastically. I'll see what I can do towards that. But I kind of just want to not do this much longer. As much as I want to work on this, yeah. There's a reason why there's not been as much progress with skins as much as I'd like. Because I just struggle working on them sometimes. Don't like doing art. I have to get a lot done in a lot of time, so I'm just trying to do a big burst of it. I actually don't know what I want to work on today, other than like maybe some more basic controls work. Sorting some stuff out, but I don't know much else I can do. Like, this is the problem, is that like I'm not prepping anything at the moment, and I'm not doing extra research at the moment either. So the amount of like progress and work that's getting done is pretty minimal. So I might just do some refinement. Hopefully that will change coming up to the next like couple of days, or the next week or so, because like I'll have finished doing all the majority of the work I need to get done, and I can like start focusing on the other stuff. But yeah, I'm kind of in the mood to do design work, not like anything intensive. Like not making new systems, not making anything like that, just kind of sitting there and designing characters. So I might do a bit of that today. I don't like getting too far ahead with those designs because then like it's a nightmare because it's like I want to work on this, but it's months away from getting worked on. Oh, that is pretty much worst case scenario, huh? I'm gonna need to make this passive massively bigger. God, his weapon really just doesn't do damage, does it? I'm gonna go in and give this some area, like base-wise area to work with, because it's just, it feels too close range. I can do that very quickly. So I think that was a better base size. And I might give this like a little bit. And then weapon, Demon Umbrella. What is the base rotation points? Try that. See how that looks. Because it's the distance away from the player was what was making me, like, sit there and think that weapon didn't feel great. It was like, they had to basically be attacking me to hit them, and because there is the, like, hit count stuff on it, that didn't feel great. So that now is the passive base size. Yeah, see, that it feels like a bit of a better distance, but the fear is that now there's like a point-blank range failure zone. But I guess, like, that's, again, the point. You've got a constant, small, slow area around you. So you should be able to, like, soft kite enemies out. And avoid it, as well as you've got healing, so you're fine with enemies getting close. Not having enough pierce, though, is a concern. Because, like, if I don't level up the weapon, then it's just kind of garbage. I'm gonna just need to raise the amount. Because, like, I'm just not getting through enemies. Like, the base amount is just garbage. Try those. Spread out some of the values, increase some of the baselines. I might, I don't know if I can lower the cooldown more, because then it can get quite troublesome. Ugh. So I might increase how many per ring can exist. Because I've increased that base amount value. Because the thing is, this weapon is still going to be really bad into, like, the early game. Or, like, into the, like, mid to, stuff, right? Because I've just, yeah, like, I'm expending all of my pedals and I'm killing, like, one or two things every once in a while. This weapon's glaring weakness will always be large clumps of enemies in its early stages, and then late stages you've probably got other weapons to facilitate, and... yeah... What does this weapon do then? What does this weapon offer that other weapons don't? It, like, makes it valuable. Lots of instances and hits? Yeah, I guess so. So if you want, like, an instance-based thing, well, I mean, like, this is a when you deal damage, right? So lots of tiny instances of damage. So yeah, mount being the focus of it would probably be worthwhile. So less damage increase, more amount increase, and then increasing how much can be on each ring. We'll do that now. Cause how much can I do? So value 5 is what determines the amount on the ring, which I think is this value here. So then I might just... do that. So again, now it's not as much about the damage, it's about the amount of times you're dealing damage. How many PS it does. That means sticking at 6 total hit count. Sounds fine by me. Yeah. Because I think they also have a duration, right? Yeah, it's got a shitty version of it because it was done before duration actually existed. So I'll do something about that. See, now we got some early levels of it. We've found finding ourselves just completely alone, right? That's why like damage needs to stay low on it, because you've just got so many instances of it that like if you can get ahead of the spawn amount, you'll stay ahead. Alright. That looks really cool. I give them a little bit more variation on where they can spawn on their specific points. Because that internal ring's a really great showing of where things can spawn. So like the range. Good evening, question mark. Well, I mean, it's morning for me, but it could be evening for you. Hey, Eugene, how's it going? Okay, so I might lower... So increase this here. So let's go with, instead of 50, go with 60 on either side. Let's just do this. No, I like doing this because this gives it even more like point variance. We'll see what this looks like. It gives it smaller variance points by doing that, because it means that it can be, instead of just strictly 6 to 6 or minus 6 to 6, it can be like 6 point whatever, or like 5.5 is the variance range. It's very minuscule, but it leads to like more random clustering. All right. Because, yeah, like, Vox is always designed to be a lawnmower kind of styled thing, where it's like you have this swirling effect around you and it looks really, really fun. Yeah, see, like, this is what I mean, is like, if you don't get levels of it early, the weapon, you will get overwhelmed. It is a, stay ahead kind of weapon. So now that we've got 3 levels, we're probably fine. Because now I don't think enough spawn to, like, cut through it, and that's great. I mean, they're getting close to it still. I still go fix Eagle Eye, because that currently doesn't have the correct level of values. Monster hunting, well, I hear you, listen to you yap. That, I mean, to be fair, that's everyone nowadays, right? Everyone's playing the new Monster Hunter. Been hearing a lot of cool things about it. Saw a couple of clips about some stuff in it. Looks very good. I've been asked by many friends if I'm gonna play it. My simple answer every time is the same, which is I'm pretty sure my computer would explode if I tried. Looks like a good game though. I'm weak to buying things friends play. That's fair. I mean, I've had definitely some moments like that as well, right? Where I see some people playing a game, I'm like, I have enough money to buy this, I'm just gonna buy it, regardless of if I'm gonna play it or not properly. Which has led to a lot of poor financial decisions on my part. I mean, to give an idea, I played a lot of Rainbow Six Siege at one point. Purely because I had friends that played it and they suggested I play along with them. And I was like, well, I do kind of want to play as the group. I absolutely did not enjoy that though, because I was playing with Europeans, so I was on 300 ping every game. And if you know anything about Twitch shooters and stuff like that, you'll know that, Twitchy shooter games do not like that kind of ping. Okay, this is the fantasy of this weapon. Like, 100% this is the fantasy of the weapon being accomplished right now. Like, I'm not doing a lot of damage, I'm just doing a lots of damage. Lots of instances of damage. So many fucking pedals. I don't even think the last game I bought that was like because friends played it. I know one, but that was a fucking awful time. There was one game I bought pure and simply because, well, actually no, one of my friends bought it for me, but because we'd been talking about it for years, waiting for it to release, and then they proceeded to tell me they didn't want to play it with me. And they wonder why I kind of ditched their group and was not impressed with a lot of things from them. Other than that, like, I mean, I downloaded Marvel Rivals on prompting from friends, but I was gonna probably download it anyway to see what it's like. Can't think of anything else. Yeah, like, I just don't tend to buy games as much anymore. Especially if it's like via friend recommendation, like, oh yeah, we'll play it if you get it. Cause there's I mean, just as we kind of just talked about there, like there's a part that I'm like, last time I did that, I got burnt pretty heavily, so I'm kind of good. playing a game with the intention to play with friends is great. I just don't have like the right kind of times or friend groups and stuff like that for that, because if a game can't be played on stream, it's hard for me to justify playing it. And then I also am like slightly different times available than most of the people I know. Because either I know Europeans and they're like wanting me to be available before I stream, which I can't because that's the agreement. I don't talk while before stream. That's why stream starts when it is. Or they're in New Zealand and most of the people here, I mean, like, they're available in the afternoons, which is when I tend to be, like, either tired or working. In fact, afternoons are the time I'm normally out of the house as well, right? Like, two of the only times I go out of the house for social things are at those times. It happened to me once that went project purely for group play and looked into the kind of game it is. Yeah, like that game's a cool game by cool developers, but like that is 100% a game that you need to play with friends. Like a good group. I trash on the person who convinced me he's a jerk. Yeah. No, 100% right, yeah. Yeah, need similar tastes. That's another thing as well, is that like, the games I like to play the most of, I don't have people that want to play those games. That's my biggest problem. Because the games I want to play the most are, like, your 4X colony sort of games. Like, your Civ and all that, right? Like, I stand by, when Endless Legend 2 comes out, I'm gonna see who wants to even try playing it, because I'm gonna drag as many people into playing it as I can, right? Say EDF? What do you mean by EDF? What? Powder, that guy bought it for me. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, is that I have had people that have bought me the games, right? Defense Force. Oh, yeah, that was a cool one. Never played that myself. Always wanted to, right? But yeah, no, like, 4X games, like Civ and all that, are some of the ones I want to play the most of, but I just don't have anyone I can play with. Like, RTS, all that, I absolutely adore, but I just, yeah, I don't have people to play with. Can't wait to see the screen fill to the brim. It is the intention. I mean, again, like, with the changes we've just quickly done to Demon's Umbrella, it's like more than doubled how many fucking pedals it's gonna have. Right, and I think this is the fantasy of what this weapon's supposed to be. Is it's supposed to be like this fucking, it is a storm of pedals around you. I think this is accomplishing it a lot better now. We've not lowered the damage per se, but we've spread the damage out, being a bit kind of generally worse curve. But we've given you so many more pedals. And you're, like, look at how much I'm healing. The fear I have is that basically all of what you see here could be done onto Iron Mouse instead. Senbon Zakura? Exactly. Senbon Zakura. Kageyoshi. Senbon Zakura. Dude, even I know Byakuya's weapon and how much I fucking love that weapon. It's one of the coolest, if not the coolest Bankai in all of Bleach. Knowing that, yes, there was a heavy inspiration for this. This weapon's a great example, though, of like, yeah, this is a lot of crap on the screen, and it's all individual pieces, but they do so little work each of them that, like, I can get away with having this many on there. It's one of the coolest releases. Oh, fuck yes. It's just dropping the sword down and then, like, the fucking pillar swords that come up and then scatter apart. Yeah. I mean, I also like Byakuya because, like, his character is actually quite interesting. Or at least to me, he's quite interesting. Because he's an example of a character that's like, I uphold these rules to the best I can, but like, even when it potentially jeopardizes my own beliefs. And it's quite interesting watching him have to deal with the struggle of that and then like slowly learning to, you know what, go fuck this, I'm gonna do my own thing. Sometimes. Byakuya's the kind of character that makes you want to rewatch. Yeah, I mean, I tried to rewatch it like a couple years back, my ex, and it was just, I made a strict rule that we were gonna skip all of the filler. That's the only way to rewatch that stuff. The fuck happened? What were those eggs? What eggs? Okay. Remind me to fix Eagle Eye when I came out of this. Hey, you devil, how's it going? White eggs appeared on the screen and disappeared. Oh, are you meaning the fucking spotlights from the assist? We'll see in a second if it's what you're thinking of. Because the assist is almost ready again. Alright, we'll first use the ult, because it's a somewhat fucking strong ult. But this. Yep, okay. Yeah, no, it's the spotlights from Mouse's assist. Look like a bug. I mean, it's bugged in one regard for the assist that I need to solve that at some point. I'm just being lazy about it. Oh no, Knife Doggo got hit by a truck. Bosses getting hit by a truck is really funny, actually. Was worried that you were being mean. I mean, if there's a bug and you think you're being mean for calling it out, don't. If there's a bug, I need to know there's a bug. Even if it's one I know about, it getting called out reminds me to go fix it. Or gives me more reason to go fix it. It's when it's intentional as an argument. But like, leave me to tell you if a bug is intentional or not. Yes. Good to know. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'll say this very clearly. What part of me finding out about a bug existing is bad? That was interesting to watch. The bosses are not designed to handle knockback very well, are they? That is very funny when they're hit while trying to do the dash. I might need to do something about that, because that doesn't look very good. Maybe bosses shouldn't be pushed back. I think it's fine to have bosses pushed back in certain instances of like some cases, but I do think, because like for the most part, most knockback doesn't affect them, and most status effects don't affect them, which I already think's a bit rough for the player, because then you're kind of like in the state of not knowing what will affect a boss and what will. The trucks push too much. I do agree with that sentiment. The trucks are just hysterically fucking... The thing is, all they do is push. Their damage is garbage. And they're like basically these slow-moving fucking things. So the idea is that they are supposed to just be knockback things. They go around the screen knocking back things and doing dumb shit from time to time. It's because they have per tick, and it's because I wanted to have this kind of effect with enemies, where it's just like if they're in front, they're getting run over. They don't hit like a truck? No, for it being fucking truck-kun, I do think that they could hit harder. Honestly, a temptation I had originally, and I could probably do it now because of the better systems, is I could load the damage way higher, give them a way higher knockback, and then have them so they can't hit the same character like more than once. They could be very broken. Well, I mean, like, yes and no. Because when there's a critical point where they'll just stop being as useful. But we have seen plenty of times as well when we had enough area that they do cover up a lot of the screen. It's just because they're very inconsistent and hard to control as the player that it gets a bit away with that. Because, like, to even make use of them, they need to stay on the screen. Right? And they bounce off the edges of the screen and off terrain. So, best case scenario is you're somewhere that, like, depends on what you want. Do you want lots of instances of it bouncing? Great, but you have to keep in mind every time it bounces, it actually gets a countdown, and then when it hits its maximum bounces, it will just disappear. But if I do something like this and keep my health high, I believe it should come through. I mean, we don't have much area, cooldown reduction. But yeah, like, the trucks will be slightly bigger now. The problem as well, and I don't know if you saw it just then, is that they're very indiscriminate on where they're pushing the enemies. So, what I mean by that is if I stand here, I'm now getting enemies pushed into me when the truck comes back. And I mean, like, right into me sometimes. Truck-kun does not discriminate. It's a delivery truck? Yeah. God, the game is starting to chug something fierce now, isn't it? Truck-kun criminates. Yeah. But yeah, so that's why, like, Truck-kun's a weird one. I still don't know how much more I can do with it, other than maybe adding those functions to it a little bit. It's just trying to avoid the weapon feeling completely useless, because it is a unbound weapon, right? So, what I mean by that is, like, it's a weapon that's never going to be attached to a character. You can literally stand still and won't die. Actually, there's a chance I do, because the thing is, because of the changes we've made with that stuff, enemies can actually sit on top of me very easily without dying. So, potentially, if one or two enemies get into close enough range and sit on top of us, yeah, no, they will kill me. And that is, like, a very clear weakness of that thing. But yeah, I could change the hit type from per tick to once. And then I need to remember what the code is for it. I think it's this one. This means after it bounces, it can hit the same target again. Pull push power, I'm gonna give it 60. And damage, I'm going to rocket it up to being like 10 base. So now this thing hits like a truck, ha 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 ha. And it knocks back really heavily, but it doesn't keep knocking back on each tick, which is a big deal. I need to remember to be writing down these changes, by the way, as we go. Raccoon. So it'd be 10. So it was, what was it again? It was 5 base. 5, 6, 6, 8, 9, 11, to 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So it does like 7 more damage overall. Base-wise. I mean, I could raise that. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just give it damage every level. Funny that way. So this is instead 14, 16, 18, 20, 22? 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Yep, 22 damage. So it's literally double the damage. Okay, there we go. Now I need to go back to Vox's weapon and try and remember all the changes I've done here. We've added a lot of them out, right? That might be one of those ones I have to go back onto the stream and actually look at properly later. Variants of spawns. It's like the base amount was like 3, right? got something written down to remind me for later. Oh, I also tweaked this, didn't I? Yeah. Uh, 3.2, 3.9. There we go. That's all the stuff we changed. Alright, I'm going to do some design stuff for a little bit, which is going to be real interesting for y'all, if you're interested, because this is the best time to give me ideas for characters. Well, I'm not opening the floor to characters per se. This is the opportunity we have of going through some of the future characters and current characters that are in design space and thinking, do we like their current designs? Do we want to change anything? And yada yada yada. Because, like I said, I'm not feeling too great today. I'm also not as far along with planning as I would like to be in a lot of regards. So we're going to be doing some weird stuff today to try and, like, keep me not losing my fucking mind. So, with that being the case, Mume, you're really soon to be worked on. I've just double checked. Do I have any qualms with your kit? So, passive Bloodlust. Pick up to deal damage while flying towards you. When you pick up 300 things, gain a bunch of cooldown reduction, and movement speed. I might change that a little bit because that almost disadvantages, creates a disadvantage for the fact that EXP stacks eventually, like EXP does clump itself. So that's an aspect I'll need to consider. Alright. I'll think about how I want to handle that. Ability, Journey of Growth. Gain damage every level, and every 5 levels gain cooldown. On level up, increase pickup range for 5 seconds. So, again, if you're wondering about Mume's kit, it was heavily inspired by Zaya from the League of Legends Swarm event, because I thought the idea of turning pickups into an aggressive thing was fascinatingly awesome. Again, like turning pickup range as well into a aggressive stat, because it turns into kind of room nuke-y things. It's great. And then undeniably Robocore from Holocure also impacted a little bit, was a lot more of what Mume was originally, was that kind of philosophy. So that was always a thing. Her EX is very interesting, because her EX is literally just gain experience equal to 100% of your current level requirement, so you're not wasting experience, but now holding for that next level feels very tempting. Because, like, if you level up and then press your EX, you'll get more out of it than if you did it in the previous level if you're just about to level up. But it's also just a free level, right? it will guarantee you level up every time you use your EX. And I think that's a really interesting one with this kind of kit, because it means that, like, potentially you're going to be significantly higher level than a lot of things. And because of the way team play is going to end up, that's actually going to be an incredibly powerful EX for the team, because that means everyone's leveling up more frequently. So Mume will become one of those characters that is just like super high carry potential, and I'm curious to see what people will do with it. Because she is all about getting more levels. And getting more levels has become better because of the concept of multiplayer, because again, keep in mind, a lot of this was designed before multiplayer was really even a definite consideration. Even when we did the redesign to this, I'm pretty sure her Guardian of Civilization ult or EX has been like that since the beginning of when I designed her, which again was very much like Robocop. So yeah, I wonder if I have to change that, because that's going to end up being really scary if she gets enough EX reduction, because you're just going to be spamming your ult constantly, right? We'll see. We'll see. It's because it's not a thing of I think that would be in balance, it's a thing of how frustrating will that be for the players. Like, imagine someone having an ult that they spam every 20 seconds that it levels everyone up, which is basically every 20 seconds I pause your game. Could potentially get quite annoying. Doki Bird is another one of those characters that has a weapon that is benefited by playing as the character. So, Bounty Hunter's pistol. Fire a projectile in a random direction, stopping at first target hit. Levels increase the number of projectiles in the pierce that will happen, and if used by Doki, instead it fires in a targeted direction instead of a random direction. Which makes the weapon potentially significantly better, but also means that you have to pay more attention. Giving the person leveling up a shield may be a way. What do you mean? Because keep in mind, leveling up is a universal. It is a team-wide experience. So when one person levels up, everyone levels up. Yeah, that's what I mean by her ult is I pause the game. I have brain damage, don't worry, so do I. So yeah, that's why like levels are really, really interesting for someone like Mume, because she loves leveling, which is going to benefit the whole team. So now it becomes this question of like, Mume is designed to be a carry character. Like a character that you could play solo or play in a team and she will objectively deal an obscene amount of damage. But there's also an argument to be made that just run Mume anyway. She can be played as your bloody support and it would be fine. Because she's just going to get damage and cooldown reduction. So there are going to be things that are like shield all allies nearby as a weapon. Imagine having that with enough cooldown reduction. Mume will just become like undeniably an incredible character. That's why the cooldown reduction needs to stay super low per levels. I just dropped a bit of water, whoops. That's why, like, it's every 5 levels gain a very small amount of that cooldown, right? But yeah, so that's why I say, like, it's one that I might have to play around with the idea of. But yeah, so Doki, Eagle Eye, which is in the game, Gain crit chance, critical damage is increased, which I kept saying I need to go fix that, because I forgot about that. Because currently, this value is very wrong. I don't know why it's that. But hey. Eagle Eye. Crit chance to damage. 25. 25.05. 25.1. 25.15. And then 25.2. Oops. Change to 25, 30, 35, 40. Is that how many levels there are of it? It's 5 levels in total. 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. There we go. Tomato. I don't think I have a tomato reference, do I? I could do something about it with the passive naming. I mean, the naming of the EX hasn't been done yet, nor is the ability. The passive item and weapon are the only things that are named at this point. So yeah, there's easily something to name after a tomato in here. Dropping tomatoes instead of, shooting? I could. The only reason, the assist is what it is because it's just a loop off the EX, right? I said that when you showed Doki before, like, a long ago. Yeah. I think I remember something around that discussion, because that's why I'm like, I'm pretty sure I considered something towards that. I don't think I've got an answer yet. Can make tomato as ammo for the sniper. I am considering that. That's genuinely like what I'm sitting here thinking about is like, do I make it so it creates that snipery thing, but when you fire it instead of a bullet, it's a fucking tomato. There we go. Eagle Eye to Croaky Eye. Could. I think the only reason I called it Eagle Eye is because of obviously that, like, the philosophy of a sniper with that. But yeah, that would probably work as well, right? It'd be more fitting as well. Sure, you know what? While we're doing that, I need to change that in the dog here though. Okay. Yeah, passive weapons can create the area modifier, increases the area by percentage of the crit damage, also grants all players part of Doki Bird's crit damage. And then her ability is when you crit, you gain movement speed and health regen, temporarily. Takes a man and balls, alt tab. Oh, you mean like this? Look at all of the amazing things, most of the things we've seen on screen, and one of them's a research tab. That I talked about this morning, how I was looking into like how to do watercolor anime style. Because I saw something that was... I liked the looks of, and I was almost tempted to buy it, then I saw it was AI generated. And I was like, oh, no, I'm good, thanks. So I want to learn how to do that style myself and do stuff like that, because I think it looks really cool. I don't want to bring too much attention to it. But it was a custom art or approximate magic. I'm not gonna I can't show the page because I don't want to show the advertising for that. But I'll see if I can find the image. Yeah. You can reverse search this if you need to, but I really like the style of this. But I would not want to get a AI done piece of art for it. Because I looked into it, so it's AI assisted design, finalized with Photoshop for stunning visuals. Like, I'm sorry, but the moment you say that, I know what you're doing. And I'm not down for that. So I'll learn how to do that style myself. See if I can do it feasibly. And if I can, then I might make some cards. Because I'd love to make some proxies like that. For myself, at the very least. Because I feel like if I make a proxy like that, then buy the card and like have them, like for a commander especially, have like them both stuffed into a sleeve, then I feel a little bit better about it. Because it's like, oh no, it's almost like I have the card anyway if I need to pull this the proxy away and hide that. Okay, someone's gonna complain that I'm using a proxy. Full Moko is more or less implemented and sorted out. Next to add. So these are the characters for the next update. These are the ones that are gonna be interesting. Some of these I don't know if I can even balance conceptually until we actually have them getting worked on. I will say that now. So Rin has, mainly because, for example, Rin requires currency to be in the game. Currency is going to be basically meta currency, like gold, or whatever you want to fucking call it. I haven't decided on the name yet, I don't think. Still playing around with that. But it's like dropped in a run. When the run's over, you have what you've collected, and you can use it to buy meta upgrades and shit. The point of Rin is to not only generate you more, but to also punish you, like utilize it as well as a resource. Like her item is literally drain percentage of your currency. When you've drained a set amount, you gain stats. Then passive, when taking damage, you have a chance to drop currency, and ability is drop more currency when you, like, it basically, currency drops more often. EX, reduce your health to 1, regen 60% of your max health over a portion of time, and then gain currency and attack based on the health lost initially. Oh, my computer's lagging again, just a sec. You get more money, but it becomes a resource for the run. Yeah, that's kind of the general idea with Rin. And that's why I say, like, I don't think I can balance anything about her at the moment, and I don't think there's anything I want to change about her design. Purely because, like, what would I change? Right? Like, how would I know if this is too much currency that's getting used, if it's not enough currency getting used? These are things that would be figured out during that next update cycle where we would be testing that sort of stuff out. So this is a character that, conceptually speaking, is probably fine as is. Nothing's gonna really change. But until that point, this is what it is. Because I could be wrong. But I do like the idea of the ult, where it's just like, you don't want to be in the middle of enemies when you do this, right? Because you'll possibly just die on the spot. Be interesting, because then, like, maybe there's an argument that healing amp would be what you'd want to run, because then, like, you guarantee a full heal. But, like, is that necessary? I do love the idea, and I did the talk, like, I think I talked about this before when I looked at this character. Design-wise, there is lots of ways to play Rin, and one of the ways I love the idea of is someone gets, like, a little bit of extra, like, heal amp, right? Like, you just bring the item. Get the item that's 100% heal amp, so that's 120% max health heal. Cool. You heal to full, pretty much guaranteed, as long as you're not taking an excessive amount of damage. And then you get, like, EX reduction, so you can cast your EX more often. So you just keep nuking yourself over and over again for currency. I'm not gonna lie, I chuckled at the idea of that, and I thought that was risky character. Kind of. But keep in mind as well, like, you're getting health and attack with your currency getting drained, right? So you want to be draining a shitload of currency because then it's no longer risky. You've just got a giant fat HP. Because you've got all the fucking IKEA sharks you'll ever want. And then you need more. Breaking their hand to on stream to get more donos. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. That's why I've designed Rin very much like this. And I think this is, again, one of those, like, flavor wins moments where, like, I don't think anything about this kit would change. Right? The only argument I could see, and I would accept this is a very valid argument, is where's the Pikmin sort of reference, right? Because, like, her weapon is a Splatoon reference. So there's an argument to be made. I could make a Pikmin reference, but I feel like we've done a solid job of everything. It's just really funny that, like, I've made a character that's all about being a tank that wastes their health pool as much as possible. Like, your health is a resource, but, like, a resource that it's not supposed to be. Sound effect of the assist is a reference? I could do that, right? But, like, it's just, that's the sort of thing of, like, I don't need to hit every reference point, but that's the main thing about it, where it's like, that's the only, like, possible flavor loss. But I think that Rin, overall, design-wise here at the moment, is a flavor win. I'm very proud of myself for that one. Project Melody. Again, one of those characters, I don't think there's much I can do here. Because, like, there's not really anything wrong with this design, I don't think. I think it's pretty much on point. It's also done pretty well with some flavor stuff. The problem with Melody is trying to reference her in full without causing it to be, too lewd, I guess, right? Like, I feel like I've done enough with yoga pants. With, like, quotation marks on that. Because of the joke that she does her yoga. Science team reference? There could, I mean, we've got Ghost in the Machine and malware, right? Which, that's the fun part. See how that's misspelt? It's not misspelt. Malware is how that's supposed to be spelled. This is malware. Haha, haha, get it? Haha, haha. But, like, I feel like with Project Blaster, you get a good kind of reference to the science stuff. I don't know. Don't patronize me. But yeah, like, this is one of those things of, I don't think there's anything I dislike about this kit at this point. I do think it's very basic. But I've said this before, a basic kit does not mean a bad kit, and a basic kit is fine. Having some kits that are like just a line of text for every ability sounds really fucking good sometimes. I'm pretty sure I could explain all of Melody's kit in one go, and everyone would understand what she does. Like, her main weapon fires bullets, and these bullets can bounce. Her item gives her a lot of pickup range. Her passive gives her dodge chance, and her ability means that she loses max health and converts that to crit damage. Blow kisses instead of gun. Well, it's because it's more the sci-fi sort of vibe of what she is, lore-wise. Again, this is where you get to the difficulty of, like, personality-wise, I agree with you on that. To an extent, right? Like, personality-wise, I wouldn't see her running around with, like, a sci-fi sort of, like, Mega Man blaster. However, in her lore, she would be. Especially, where, like, in the initial points where she's, like, the evil version of her from the thing. There's a reason why I've done, like, the Ghost in the Machine reference as well. Especially that lore when they tied Zentrea to her, like the future, like them coming into the past from the future and fighting thing. I don't know if anyone remembers that. I don't follow much lore. Yeah, and that's fair. Like, I would argue a vast majority of VTuber fans don't, based on my experience with a lot of stuff. And that's why, like, I say this is the fun part of trying to do these characters, because it's trying to use lore that sometimes doesn't have any relevancy to the character. I mean, fucking Amelie's a great example of that, right? Like, Arma and her, like, the Monarch Amelie and then Amelie herself, like, the difference between the two is almost night and day. And I mean this with the most utmost respect, but like, epic, cool alt villain thing and screaming Shiego and why is my computer not working? Like, the difference between those things. It's jarring, but I made an effort to facilitate the multiverse monarch concept in Arma, but also we still have Scuff and stuff, right? Like, I think literally her two, her ability and her passive are, like, one of them is Scuff, or weaponized Scuff, and the other one is, She-Go, or She-Ego, is literally the name of it. But the weapon and the item are both, like, very clear references to the multiverse monarch concept. It's really hard to get it right sometimes. I'll say that now. And I'm never gonna say that I do get it truly right. Like, I think Rin is really on point, as an example. But, like, yeah, I'll agree Melody. It's kind of hard, because, again, how much do you reference her personality, and then how much do you reference the personality that she has on alternative sites? Because there is a bit of a difference. And before you ask me, do I know, like, how much do I know about the alternative sites? I know enough. I know more than enough. It's your creative vision in the end, and what kind of vibe you're going for the game. I mean, true, right? Like, at the end of the day, I get final say on everything that's going into the game. Doesn't stop the fact that, like, if you've got a suggestion, throw it out there. Because I would prefer to hear a suggestion that might not be something I've thought of, than one that, then have it not be said, because then I might never come up with that concept. And I might think it's a cool idea. That's why I say, like, I'm trying to look at her kit and see if there's anything I'd change. Even just naming instead. Because, like, the blowing the kisses one, right? It's... I think there's an argument to be made there. I'm just like... At that point in time, the weakness, I guess, is that just becomes, like, another weapon that's just a damage in front of you. Whereas this, it's like, at least you fire a burst of things and they bounce around the place and do silly stuff. Like, I guess that's kind of my idea. Like, I will not deny that it is very, like, Mega Man Blaster energy that I kind of want out of it. Or, what is it, Silverwolf from, Star Rail? That's kind of the weapon vision I have. Yeah, I don't think there's much, again, that can be done with this character's design that wouldn't need to be actually tested. I do think there's an argument to be made that, like, the pickup range could be changed now. To being something else. Because originally her kit was like she had lower movement speed, and lower health, but she had like dodge and pickup range to compensate. So there's a thing there. Because like now kind of the pickup range doesn't really synergize with her kit as much. So yeah, that's the one that I might need to look at. All right. Onigiri. Or onigiri, however you want to pronounce it. So weapon, throw knives in targeted direction, item, jelly donuts, increase pickup range, slow enemies within pickup range. I feel like I'm making too many pickup range things. I think this could stay, because like the idea is that it's a little pickup. So yeah, I think yoga pants needs to change. So I might come back to that shortly. Yeah, so pickup range, slow enemies within pickup range, passive, enemies drop ingredients. When you gather enough ingredients, you gain effects based on the ingredients. Potentially add a hunger gauge, above thing gives damage modification. Yeah, so that's a bit of a, we'll see how that goes. Ability, you burnt rice. Pickups have a chance to cause a small explosion equal to the pickup range. EX, summon the mighty and powerful Oni Bro to smite the enemies. Yeah. I think that one's just, like, so underdeveloped at this point. Because, like, this passive needs a lot more going on here. And I feel like that's going to be where I load all of her design into. Is just how this passive works. I know it's going to be the annoying part of this, so I don't think I want to do too much until I really have a good solid grasp on what I want from that. Hey Matthew, how's it going? I think the hunger gauge idea would be interesting. But I don't think it's like... It's one of those weird things of, well, Oni is like... Oh, yeah, well, Gary's really well known for food stuff. I don't feel like hunger gauge fits. I feel like the ingredients and messing around with that stuff does. And then Neuro-sama is the one we've worked on fairly recently, and it is a mess, and we're not going to work on it right now, because I don't think there's going to be much that we can even offer to change this, and especially until we work on it. But the point of this one is that she is basically out of your control, and you fly around her and just try and do your fucking best. Bao is one of those ones that we could do some work with, but I don't think there's much else we can really do outside of, like, clean up the text. So let's think about some of the characters here and some characters we should add. So I know I've got some characters I've got in other lists, like Fubuki and such. Is ChatGPT API key to generate trash talking? Honestly, that would be fucking hysterical if I did add something like that. And Gary, yeah, no, I know. That reminds me. Isn't there the API key thing that Vito released? Or like one of the people released for the game jam where like it's the stuff for letting Neuro play the game? Remind me to look at that when I start doing like the lobby multiplayer reworks, because like I wouldn't be against trying to slot that in like just secretly. Cause yeah, like I helped out I'm blanking on their name. I have them in DM still. Muffin. I helped Muffin work on a game for the game jam. I remember them talking about that at one point. It sent my that way. Okay, so this is the best time to tell me VTubers I should look up or potentially do stuff towards. Try and aim for ones I either might know or you can well explain in very short amount of text, though, if you're gonna go with one that's not here. Purely because, if you have to sit here and give me several, like, paragraphs, it's probably gonna be an annoying experience for all of us, right? Because it'll be me learning about a character. While I want to do that, best to do that off stream, right? And potentially even in calls. I need to do that more. But that'll be something I'll do, like, much later down the line. Is there anyone here that I would like to add in? I need to remember to add in... Spooky. What is her full naming? Spooky. Shirakami. There we go. Do I want diverse styles? I mean, again, the rule of thumb is to just celebrate the VTuber community. So if that's what you'd think that you'd like to see in it, then that's probably a worthwhile suggestion. Might start working on fruit while we're doing this. Because I know I've got a cool idea for her kit. Need to remind myself though. Yeah, I remember having to look up the stuff around that. It was so stupid. Yes, you did see the search result looking up the stuff around the controversy because I was like, I wanted to know what was going on and get all the information available. Apricot the Lich is how she names herself. Cool. Yeah, again, it's one of those things of, I feel like I do need to preface why it's there, because someone's gonna go like, hey, why are you looking that up, you scum, all that stuff. It's like, look, it's out of pure curiosity of the thing. Is there gonna be tech support when he's added? Will I do tech support? Maybe. I mean, there's gonna at least be a synergy between Sayu and Armor when you equip the, like, one to the other. And it will probably be tech support as the synergy name. Let's actually pull her up on the screen to be a second thing. Curiosity killed the mouth. You're not even wrong. Sayu gets a private GitHub access. Look, I stand by if any VTuber that wants to, like, get involved in this project wants to, fucking hit me up. I'll set up the Git again properly and they can have a look. Hmm. Leaning to the tech support meme is all. I know, that's great though. The one I watch is Malith. Have you heard of him? I haven't. Is he... Sounds like an asshole though, I'll be honest. Like, who calls himself Malith? Such a stupid name. Bittersweet Lich, who spends her days in the underworld castle drawing art, took a turn to streaming when she realized she could harvest human souls by disguising them as Twitch description. She's was necromantic, necromantic, yeah, because it's romantic, necromantic, yeah. It's so funny. Marmalith. I started. Don't you fucking dare. What would be her weapon? Let's look at the gallery, see what imagery there is here for her. Has she ever had, like, a distinguishable weapon turn up? I guess, yeah, the fucking... That's the other one, when she was a fucking little frog. Ooh, I can't zoom in on some of those, good lord. Nick Nocturne, aka Nightmind, he does AIG thing on YouTube. Basic lore is that he's a shape-shifting demon cat. Okay, that sounds fucking cool. I wonder how I would do shapeshifters. Oh yeah, is there actually... Okay, here's an ego trip moment. I'm about to get fucking humbled. Y'all ready for this? So I'm going to search. Damn. I ain't even on the wiki. Feels bad, man. Those are the only VTubers I know. I mean, that's fair enough. Not everyone knows an excessive amount of VTubers like me. Just good. Don't be like me. Self-entered? No, I am not ever gonna self-enter my shit into any of those. Fuck no. I have some fucking dignity, okay? While I may not seem to have standards according to everyone around me, I do have dignity. Yeah, what is a good weapon, like a base weapon for her? Because I've got like the passive, which is you get a second weapon. He may be a Kiwi, but he's not the TF2 sniper. He doesn't have standards. Exactly. God damn it. I like to think that my standards are getting better nowadays, but then I also look at how I eat and I'm like, yeah. What is this? I don't think I've seen this reference sheet before. God damn, that's a cool fucking outfit. Hey, yo, what the fuck? This is a cool design. Very dapper, yeah. I mean, like, one thing I can do is just do a VTuber art. See what we get out of the Google for that. Images. Because then we can see like what other people have done as well, and other like just general art pieces that might have something that could be a weapon reference. I mean, immediately see scythe, which I'm all down for the idea of a scythe weapon, because I am a little bitch for scythe woman. Look, if I stand by, if you got a character in your game that has a scythe, you've immediately got me interested. If you have a scythe wielding, like a girl wielding a scythe, down for it. But when you've got like a fucking tiny child almost wielding a scythe that's like several times bigger than them and flourishing that shit, you've immediately got me like screaming going, fuck yes. That's awesome. That is like peak design to me. Safe search on? I never run safe search on. Gotta fucking run the risky game, right? But yeah, like a double-ended scythe like that. I mean, it's a lich, right? She is a lich, kind of works a little bit. It's just, is it consistent? Is there a consistent weapon that she is depicted with in any capacity? That's what we want. If not, then we're gonna have to take inspiration and make our own decision. Which is fine. I've done that before with other characters. I know of a game that would let you wield 2 scythes. Ooh. Yeah, she's got her staff. That's the other thing. Staff is actually something that I've seen depicted multiple times now. God damn. So yeah, I feel like it's got to be the staff in some capacity. So what are we doing for a staff weapon for her then? One of the weapons in Dead Cell? Oh, fair. Still need to try that game someday. What would be like a lich weapon that's a staff? What would it be? Because like it's obviously it's the Smite crossover, I think is what the main depiction of her with a staff is. But like she had it in one of her original designs as well. Probably more games of dual wielding. Oh yeah, no, undoubtedly. Like, the amount of scythes that are in games, great. The problem is that most of the time they're just not that interesting. And that's always the thing that hurts my soul the most, because I think scythes are one of the coolest designed weapons out there, purely because they're impractical as fuck in real life. I speak from actual experience trying to use them. I've used weapons similar to scythes, and I know how impractical a scythe is as well, by comparison point. They're just, it's not a real good weapon. But when you look at like Ruby from Ruby, or Ruby Rose from Ruby, that shit's amazing. I liked that. Haven't watched the last seasons of that. Still don't think I'll ever do that at any point. So. Scythe Claw FYI. Cool. I'll keep that in mind. She's very tuny. Yes, she is very tuny. I know that wiki. I'm not that stupid. Just gonna have that written for now. Item. Let's see. Bonus damage and stuff, sure. Passive. Let's see. So yeah, Terry is the name of it. Cool. Terry, okay, there we go. Alright. I'm killing enemies, they drop souls. After 5 minutes. This time is reduced by collecting souls. Increasing damage as time continues. None of this is the actual proper text of the items, by the way. This is just descriptive thing for design argument going through that. So if you're wondering why certain things are getting written certain ways. Sorry, that. Okay. There we go. So you get an additional weapon that is just a free summon thing that you'll have. So that's why I'm thinking I'm gonna make fruit like be very heavily designed around summons, which isn't the only character to be designed around summons. We've got Nyanna's, which is duration styled. And we've also got Mori that will have a little bit of summon tech to her as well. So that's why the item will probably be quite valuable in some cases. What would her ability be then to compensate? Because I feel like you've got to do something. So the meanness that we have is like her base weapon has got to be decent-ish. Her item is going to be very specifically good on her, but it's also not giving you anything initially. And her passive is, I give you a weapon that does absolutely nothing. So taking these things into consideration, we need the weapon and ability to be decent to compensate for a lot of that. I'll just do that, right? The ability is you gain bonus damage and movement speed for each summon on the field that you control. The wording for that's got to change, but it means that, like, game starts, you have at least one summon, because while the passive giving you that weapon, the summon doesn't do anything initially. It is still a summon on the thing. So I see no issue with that idea. And then EX and assist. What would be her EX? You know what? I'll just do something nice and simple like that. Create a kind of like a hex zone sort of thing. Deals damage to enemies and heals allies in it. Especially knowing that like certain summons are going to have to get health values, that will probably be quite useful. But it also just means that, yeah, like grouping up with her seems pretty useful. Keeping her safe gives her a solid answer there. Assist is a lot lower priority to design for, so I'll probably just not bother with that for now. It's the same with how I've not done it for Bao. Bao doesn't have an assist currently designed. Like, this is one of those difficult ones, though. It's like, what? I still don't know what I should be calling her in-game. Because, like, she's Apricot the Lich, is her official titling, I believe. But it's Fruit is what everyone knows her as. And this is a branding argument, right? Because, so we changed recently in the game Amelie from Monarch, and then when we, even more recently, we changed it so it had a capital L in it. Because that's something she's actually talked about, is a huge branding point. It needs to be a capital L, because it ensures that it goes to her correctly. Because that's actually her official branding, is it's Lee all being one thing, but the A and the L being capitalized. So, in this case, I think I'm going to call it Apricot the Lich there, but yeah. I could do, like, Fruity Magic as her weapon's name. As a kind of a joke at that. The fun part as well, keep in mind, because of this passive, when we start adding combo things to the game, there's going to be an interesting scenario, because this potentially could mean that her kit is objectively weaker, because you're getting a weapon in a slot. That means that you might not be able to get a, like a comboed weapon as easily. Which begs the question, should we make it combo, like the Living Phylactery combo of something? We might do, just to compensate for that, to kind of give you a good point for it. It could even combo off her weapon, or it will combo off one or two other things as well to make it feel a bit better. There we go. Alright, who do we want to work on next? I was hearing Sayu said earlier, right? Do we go with Sayu as another one to work on a bit? I do agree with getting a fox done at some point, though. Can I just search up, fox? And see what that gets me? Gonna go, got uni stuff to do. All good, Matthew. Have fun with that. Always a fun time with that stuff, right? God. God damn it. It's lagging. Let me copy Kitsune. I'm sure that'll actually get me further along with stuff. Ah, yes. My recent searches: Apricot, Apricot Gallery, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. I mean, Fubuki's an easy answer. So is Silvervale. I believe Silvervale technically counts as one. Annie's also a fun one I could do. Because again, like, my priority is obviously one's already on my list. If anyone's asking for, like, going like, why not this one then? It's like, again, my priority is handle the list first here, and we'll add to the list as we go, right? Yeah, I think Silvervale might be kind of where I go for the moment, because that's the first thing I can... The problem is, then I'm going, like, super Vshoujo-y, because I don't think she's in Vshoujo anymore, but she was. And it's, again, another fear I have is showing favoritism too much to one agency. Because, like, Fruit is Niji Sanji. In this list, we've got another Niji Sanji. In this list, we've got another Niji Sanji. I'm pretty much consistently doing Niji Sanji over any other things. To be fair, 2 Holo Live in this one. 1 independent and another independent. That's why Annie's feels tempting as well. Minhara Connect. Are they even still around? Phase Connect. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Good lord, yeah. Because didn't they go under? Oh no. they've got a lot of cool characters. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm getting mixed around with another one. I mean, Peeper is on the list too that I want to do. I don't know if it's actually visually here. Under my table. Yeah, Tenma as well. Tenma's on, I can't, again, this is one of those things of, I know Tenma is one that I've looked at to do before as well. I don't think she's here, so I should probably just put her in the list. Tenma. Peeper. I will openly admit, I don't think I know any of these others. No. There's a mod on the other game that people played, which she made a video on it if you want to take points. I mean, I can have a look, yeah. Do you have the video available, or do I could probably look it up, right? Because I'm assuming it's just a mod for, holocure, right? That's kind of cool designs, right? Is there anywhere I can see just the ability? Modded holocure. So it's that one, yeah. Because I just want to see if I can see what it does. Not really got anything anyway. Okay. I'll have a quick squiz. I'll mute it so I'm not like doing too much, and I'll just look for reading things specifically. Just Peeper. Reject the cruelty of the rigged gacha odds. Embrace the blessing of certain getting Peeper. Oh god. Okay, one pistol shoots an aimed direction, another at random targets. Knock all enemies back and trade your speed for a sharp increase in defense, damage, and fire rate. Okay. I mean, I'm not against the dual pistoling kind of concept. I think that's a cool way of doing stuff. Let's see. None of those are the thing. Shoot one additional shot from each pistol. So you get... It's a huge increase in damage. Increase damage by 25%. Each bullet can pierce +1 times. So immediately, this is where I go, like... This is when you can see a difference in philosophy between, like, a mod developer and the original developer. This would not give pierce yet. Heavy artillery, and Molly Soul. Cool, got it. Alright. Every 3 seconds, fire a naval gun dealing damage. I'll have to see what it means by fire a naval gun. I'm assuming fires at an area nearby. Every time a food item is consumed, 33% chance to gain 3 crit damage. There's another one underneath. Oh god, why is it underneath the stuff? I have to read that one later. There we go. So, soda fueled. Any food item has a 33% chance to turn into soda. Picking up a soda grants crit, speed, and haste for 3 seconds. And then the pistols get increased damage at that point. Level 5, okay. So that's the ult getting used there. That's why it's toned down color. Makes it synergize with food builds. Yeah, like, there's already a few different examples of food builds that exist. Okay, so those explosions I'm seeing around the place are, I'm assuming, the naval guns. It looks like they're also based off your fire rate. Okay. A pair of fully auto rifles firing continuously. Damage is increased by 75% and each bullet can pierce an additional time. Yikes, okay. Guess I can watch the whole video later to hear her talking about the cat. Yeah, like, it would be worthwhile probably listening to her independently as well, hearing her own opinions on her own stuff. I'm just leaving it muted because, again, I only wanted the raw info because I've already said before, I have a hard time wanting to watch stuff on stream, especially other people's stuff. I don't like content nabbing. I've done it a couple of times when I'm very, very exhausted, but I try and avoid that as much as I can. I will probably end up doing it again very soon, but you know, Tenma definitely was on the list to get thing. Again, I will openly admit these are the two that I definitely know from Phase Connect. I don't remember the rest very well, but I've also, my memory's fucking garbage at the moment. But it'll be interesting to hear what her own opinions are of it. I mean, like, there's a lot of controversy stuff around the modding scene for that. It's always a key thing to look at. One locks on and one shoots it. Yeah. No, I agree, right? Like, I like the, dual firing. I've done similar stuff in some designs coming up. But yeah, like, I got nothing against the weapon. I think the abilities are a bit underwhelming. Especially by comparison of the design stuff that we've got now to look at. I think the food synergization, the randomness didn't feel great. Yeah. No, I think that's kind of the case with that. It's a difficult one as well, because it looks like someone that does actually care and has a lot of love and all that for the situation, but like, the difficulty is, and this is where we have a huge difference here, at least for me, the difference is that like, they're not designing to the perspective of the game developer, so the abilities feel a little jarring because of that, right? And this is a fascinating point, because like, whereas you look at my stuff, I'm not designing to that because I'm not designing a holocure mod. I'm designing my own game, right? Love and design expertise is separate? Yes. There is a very core thing towards it, and that's why, like, again, I actually am going to be negative about myself with this, keep that in mind. But like, it is an extremely difficult and hard process to try and accurately make characters that feel like they're paying homage to the originals while also feel fun to play. I'm honestly going to be realistic. Neurosama is a gimmick character, right? Neurosama is a great example of this. I feel there's going to be a couple of people that absolutely love this character. Regardless of anything, they'll play this and it's fun. But then there's going to be some people that are going to come in and are going to be slightly disappointed that they're not actually playing as Neuro. They're like, the kit is basically, you have to babysit something. You're not actually playing the game anymore properly. Now, the reason why I'm fine with that from time to time is because it's the Singed in League of Legends argument. Singed in League of Legends is you play Singed, you don't play League. It is okay to have a character that completely shifts how you play the game because some people will want that, some people will enjoy that. This is flavorfully perfect, having Neurosama not be in control and be an AI running around doing dumb shit. That's great, that's cool. But I can't do that kind of design probably ever again. People study design for years despite what one might feel about institutional learning, and it is not an easy skill to pick up. Yes. And in the nicest sense, I've talked about this with a lot of people as well, is that like, design is something that is iterative, right? You cannot get the right answer every time. And what you do is you do your best, you learn from your mistakes, and you design further on that. You will never get the perfect design. There will always be something that is missing. There is always something that's wrong with it. And that's even irregardless of if someone goes, no, this is perfect to them. It's like, yeah, but what about that next person? And you're never going to get that right. That's okay. That is the point. You need to find, like, that's why I say this game is designed to be pay homage to the VTuber is the biggest priority, and then making them playably fun, like fun to play, is the second priority a lot of the time. Sometimes I've made those switch places dependent on where we are with the kit. Like, Fruit here is, I feel like I've done a decent job paying homage to her, like, kind of design, but not to Fruit herself as much. That is something I feel like I'm missing. That's where, for example, names come in hugely for that, right? Is like, I can make a kit that is really, really good, but if I name them all funny things and give them some synergy to that, like some relevance to that name, people will be fine with that, right? I mean, that's the thing. You burnt rice is an ability, right? Let's just remove this name from it. All this is pickups have a chance to cause small explosions, equal to the pickup, like a bit of your pickup range. What has that got to do at all with Gary? Right? That theoretically has nothing to do with Gary. But you could make an argument it does have some relevancy to the idea of you burnt rice. Because occasionally you fucking fuck up and an explosion happens. It's a joke at every once in a while she does screw up with cooking. Now all of a sudden, this design that we have here that didn't feel like it had anything to do with Gary has context with her. And it's trying to find those like points of reference, and that's why I've said, like, melody, we have to change what her item does. Because having an item that just gives you pickup range on a character that doesn't give a shit about pickup range is not good enough. Because originally this actually just gave you less movement speed and more pickup range. Honestly, if I did that again, it would be more understood and justifiable. But I don't like giving negative stats to the players because of my philosophy around that, where it's a person having something removed, even if it's nothing, still doesn't like it. Fun fact, one of the best stats in, so one of the funny, things, going to Warframe for a moment, there is a mechanic called, Riven mods, which are basically randomized stats on a mod for a specific weapon. One of the best stats to get is -zoom, but a lot of people still don't quite like it, even though it is objectively making the game often better and more pleasant to play. But it's a negative, so people don't like that. You can add stronger buffs for standing still. So again, that's actually what Melody had before, if I recall correctly. She was like low movement speed, bonuses while standing still, stuff like that. And I've moved away from that because I just didn't feel it was very fun at this stage in the game. I feel like I could do that, but I would have to do a very, very particularly designed character for that. And I don't feel that Melody is a great character to make non-mobile. She is not someone I think of as, like, someone that doesn't move around a lot or do shit like that, right? That's like saying if I did that to Fillion. Like, everyone would complain, why the fuck is Fillion's design about her not being a fucking person that's jumping off the walls? Like an actual monkey. So everyone would be disappointed at that point. I have to make sure Fillion has movement speed as part of her kit, probably. Or just a very high base movement speed. And I want to stress as well, if it feels like I'm being like mean or anything on any point or egotistical, I'm explaining why I do this stuff because I know that it's like stuff that is actually helpful for others that might be interested in doing their own design work. It's thinking, why are you doing this? What does this mean? Because it is valuable to think about that stuff. Like, why do that? Could be a private time or otherwise stream for standing still. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why we've got the EX, which is just lewd miss, where she basically goes untargetable and deals damage and slows enemies that touch her. Right? So you run into enemy crowds and just can't take damage and they all get fucking destroyed for it. Because the idea is that it's just like, you're losing health to deal a shitload of damage, you've got dodge chance, you've got untargetability. She's basically a soft tank character. That's why I say, like, the pickup range probably just needs to be replaced with something that gives, like, more damage or a defensive boost, again. So you want to get everything else you get during the run is combat orientated. Like, I'll probably still call it yoga pants whatever I do, but I'll figure it out. I'm also going to probably change this to, instead of like permanently lose this, it's just going to be reserve. Kind of think like Path of Exile sort of concept. So you can actually see how much reserved health you have. Like, honestly, yoga pants, an argument to be made is while standing still, gain crit chance. And I think that would be immediately significantly better for this build. Because then you would want to have a fairly immobile character, but like then that goes against what I was just saying, which is I don't really feel that Melody as a character you have standing still. But there's an argument to be made when you're talking about her yoga, she is probably quite still. Because she's focusing on her yoga. But I'm now starting to get to a point where, and this is another complaint I have, I feel like I'm loading too many things onto crit now. Because it's looking at the grand, like the grand scale of things. Now we have a lot of crit effects. So you could actually probably get only items that are crit related just about now. That's kind of scary. Because then that might mean crit builds become super, super valuable. But that's also good because before we used to have just tank ones, which is like kind of a problem in its own right. Gonna look at Silver Veil, see if I can like think of something immediately if I was gonna do Silver Veil. Flower wilted from the weight of her sadness and longing for her lost companion. She used the last of her and the goddess's magic to fuse the spirit of the wolf, who then called upon the wind to carry her to another world. Okay. Here's wolf, though. Again, we're looking for fox, really. I mean, there's a lot I could do with just this bit of lore here, right? There's a lot I could do with that, and then obviously knowing Sylvail as well. But yeah, no, she's left me shoujo, yeah. God, they haven't done a lewd cast in a long time, huh? Bonzetsu, goddamn. Hmm. God, it's been a long time since I've actually watched Silver. I really should fix that. It was very fun. Oh, feet. I did not know about the pyro model though, that looks cool. Yeah, nothing aggressively jumping out at me at the moment, but a couple of ideas swirling in my head. Keep that in mind, but like again, I'll note down a couple of things real quickly. There we go. Those are the key things I want to note down while I remember. I mean, we could just look at Fubuki as well. Fubuki. Shira. Kami. Fubuki. Probably one of arguably the most well-known VTubers for a long time. Right? I think that's a valid statement to make. It's like in the early stages of like the big VTuber boom in like 2019 and stuff and 2020, I would argue she was one of the more well-known ones. Let's see. The Fox Burger King, that's right, yeah. I'm not actually that much about, like, lore for her. There's, like, this little bit here. Yeah, babe. Oh, that's taking me back to some older times. Let's see what we can get out of a gallery as ideas as well. God damn, the faces. Yeah, like, ironically enough, just then was a point. I remember her a lot depicted with a gun. I know a lot of fan art has her with weaponry. Like, specifically an assault rifle sort of thing. So I might go with that for her weapon, we'll see. Oh god, yeah, fucking Azure Lane collab. Don't remind me to go back to that game one day. The fear I genuinely have is if I end up playing Azure Lane again, I will... So, I've told the story multiple times, but like, genuinely back when I played Azure Lane, like, constantly, every night I would fall asleep to playing it. I would be playing it in bed, doing all the stuff, doing my dailies, like my extra dailies at the end of the day, and I would fall asleep. I would wake up in the morning, I'd finish the last few dailies I need to do, and then I would get on with my day and play it, like, while at work as well. Played a lot of Azure Lane. A lot of Azure Lane. Would you say it was a problem game? God damn it. I love that game so much. I want to go back to it. Every time I think about it, I want to go play it. But at the same time, I'm so far behind on it. It would be a nightmare to catch up. I would have lost out on so many things. It's one of those, like, it's been too long. I don't think I could ever go back and enjoy it. I feel like I'll constantly be missing out. Almost by design, yeah. I've said this before, I don't like games that are jobs. Not as much anymore. A game that makes you come back and play almost aggressively every single day, otherwise you feel so far behind, is not a good feeling. Especially in the modern era. Games that do that so you do it every 3 days, I feel is a little bit more manageable. But, like, I truly stand by the belief that a game that is designed with the intention that you're a weekend warrior is often better by feeling. Like, is there more stuff to do? Is there always more stuff to do? Like, Warframe. Warframe has gotten fairly good at being a bit of a weekend warrior style game, right? That's what GFL felt like for me. Yeah, fair. Like, I played a lot of games in my time that are that. Warframe used to be a pretty bad one for that, where, like, if you weren't constantly farming for, like, 4 to 7 hours a day, you fell behind. Especially back with old, the Void Keys system, if anyone knew that. Basically, you would do a survival, and one key was however many resources you stayed in for. Nowadays, it is more weekend warrior orientated, and it's really great for that. I can play like every 1 or 2 weeks, and I don't feel like I'm too far behind anymore. Outside of when an update comes out, and then I play for like 3 days straight, and get everything and get up to date on a bunch of stuff. 80 minutes, yeah. Like, I remember Void Key runs being horrendous. And that was the problem. Now that's not the case. Again, I give a lot of credit to the devs. They've made a massive effort to try and reduce how necessary grind feels in the game. Going Ember or Mesa. Dude, playing fucking Mesa back when you could do the... Well, it basically got nerfed because of it, right? The Mag Mesa build. Where Mag would do the thing that would drag all drops with her pull effect. And then you would just drag the drops on top of the mesa so she could keep permanent altered. It's because this was before she was the reticule. This was, like, I'm talking about back with, when she was literally a fucking turret. That auto-fired in every fucking direction. Remember that when you had to do raids? Remember raids? Move away of press 4 and forget to press 4 every 30 seconds and do nothing else. It's real falling asleep. Yeah. I mean, I talked about this with some friends yesterday because we were playing some Warframe. How, like, Warframe is a game I learned how to play asleep. Like, I remember back when I was working and playing the game all the time, and there were actual missions that my friends recalled hearing me snoring, and one of my mates actually that I was living with came and checked up on me. I was fully dead to the world asleep, and still running the mission. Like, still doing bullet jumps, still doing everything, because we were just running that many fucking, like, I think it was an exterminator or capture over and over again. Like, that is how autopilot-y I can get in that game. And I appreciate now that it is a little bit more engaging in a lot of ways, but I still will state, like, I feel bad for so many of my friends, because, yeah, they deal with the fact that, like, yeah, I feel like falling asleep in the middle of this mission. Like, oh my god, this defense or the survival is super boring. And it's like, yeah, and that's kind of why they moved away from defense and survival, like, long-term being a worthwhile run. Whereas, like, most of the time now, if you were to do those sorts of runs, you want to probably jump out after C rotation. Or realistically, and this is the thing that a lot of people don't recognize, the best way to grind things is to do the fast missions, do an exterminator or capture. Those are actually how you do things correctly in the game. The problem is, those missions, again, put me to sleep nonetheless, so. That's why I like playing, like, supportive characters when I'm playing with friends, because, then it means I'm actually feeling like I have to pay attention to what's going on with them, what's going on with me, what's going on with everything else, and then also the conversation, which keeps me a bit more active. Whereas, like, if I play a carry frame, like, I honestly will fall asleep. Like, fuck, last night, one of the ones I played was a goddamn, what's it called? Like a team buff chroma build that I had. Miss World on Fire. I mean, just wait for the next Warframe that's basically got an ability that's World on Fire again. Especially if you time it right. I'm not even kidding. It's like everyone's going, hang on a minute. That animation of those pillars is just World on Fire. I do like the new Ember though. I think they've done a lot better with her now after her, like, her second kind of rework they did after the main one that they've done. Because, okay, to be fair, that's really not descriptive because Ember has been reworked several times. The Ember that had World on Fire and then removed, they've reworked that again softly since, and that feels a lot better because I remember that rework to the version that lost World on Fire was fucking awful. You say next like I hadn't stopped since Mummy Frame. What's wrong with Inaros? Inaros was fucking great. Do you want a health bar? Do you want to make it big? Good. He's still a fucking fun frame. But no, like, next Warframe is literally gonna be a, whatchamacallit? Guitar rocker that has, like, a guitar as their all-exalted weapon and everything. Not because of him. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, around then, yeah, there was a lot of problems with the game still, I remember. So, I wouldn't blame that. I mean, I still remember, was it Inaros Prime dropped when they did Steel Path? And that's how I leveled Inaros Prime initially, which was really funny. So I just ran a bunch of the Steel Path that I have still as the only major stuff that I've unlocked. I think I ran all the way to Sedna. Actually, no, I think I've got the Void unlocked in Steel Path. I can't remember. I need to someday go through and actually unlock all of the rest of Steel Path, because I'm just being lazy at this point. I just have all the major stuff unlocked, so I get all of the main fissure missions I'd care about. Why would I do any more? Came back only for Mesa Prime. My story about Mesa Prime is the most tragic story I've ever had for Warframe. Right? Because I love Mesa as well. Mesa, to give an idea, I believe Mesa and Mesa Prime are like in my top 5 of frames I've played. Necros up there as well. That's not too surprising. But so Mesa Prime was one of the frames I decided, no, I'm not going to buy the Prime access for it. I'm going to farm this. So every single day for her entire length of being, like, from release to vaulting, I would farm, like, 4 or 5 relics for her a day. I would crack those relics, and I would do this all for her neuroptics. And about 8 months after she got vaulted, I talked with someone, and they're like, oh, I've got a spare one, do you want it? I'm like, fuck yes, I would. Mesa Prime was one of the worst frame experiences I have for farming. She is the example I have of how bad the game can feel, sometimes, as a free-to-play player. Keep in mind, again, free-to-play in the context of free-to-play at that moment, not free-to-play overall, because, yeah, I've bought Prime Access in the game multiple times. I used to have a lot more money. And you realize you ran out of Argon Crystals? Dude, I still remember when Smita Kavar came out and I had fucking, like, accidentally a few thousand Argon Crystals. I laughed my fucking head off. I think they got patched, like, within, like, 24 hours or something. Was it 24 hours or 48 hours they got changed? That was real bad. That was fucking hysterical. Basically, to explain it in the shorthand, the Smita Kavar had a thing so it would drop, like, the rare resource, but the problem was that it wasn't scaled correctly, so when it would drop the rare resource, it would drop 6 to 8 of whatever the fuck it was, and then pick up and increase how much you got. So you could get, like, easily 100 off of a simple fucking capture run, by accident. So yeah, like, I was still running Void missions at the time because Void missions were the funner ones to do. So I just randomly had like a few thousand. I was like, huh, I can't even use these at the moment. To be fair, Argon Crystals are super easy to farm though. Just as long as you do, like, my one that I do for it is Limbo with max range and just do the basic capture mission on Void. Because you're pretty much, your average is about 1 to 2 per run. Sometimes you'll get 4, sometimes you'll get none, but most of the time you'll get somewhere in the range. And you can do that mission in about 2 minutes at most, if you're solo especially. I did it with a friend one time, did 2 runs, got him through 2, I believe, and we did that in a total of 5 minutes. Let's see. Let's see, what are we doing? I'm getting water. I mean, at the moment, I'm just going through the Fubuki build design and thinking like kind of what philosophy I want to go with it on. Because, like, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of lean into the Arctic Fox kind of philosophy with it. So that's why I'm going with, like, stun effects, and I think it'd be kind of interesting to have, like, some soft synergy around that. There we go. So what I'm thinking I've got here is her passive will be you have damage while you're not the fox. When you go below 40% health, you'll transform into the fox. You'll get a small window of dodge chance to just dodge all attacks. Then while you're a fox, you'll gain movement speed, and then you'll lose the form when you go above 60% health. So it means that you could actually just objectively play to stay in one of those forms the whole way. If you wanted to. And then her ability is damaging stunned enemies will execute them. So she synergizes with stunning, which is what her main weapon's gonna do. Killing claws. Slash in a cone, spectral icy claws. Later levels will add a stun effect. Because keep in mind, her base lore for her is that she is actually an Arctic fox that transformed into a human. I just feel like I'm missing kind of the feel of herself at the moment, and that's what I'm wanting to think about the most. That's why, like, I'm leaving the item open at the moment for a really cool, like, foxy sort of dumb reference. This is where I do the rude thing that I've done this a couple of times in the past, and call me out for this if you want. Holocure does have a Fubuki. I want to have a look at that one quickly, because I can't fully remember its kit. Because it's a tail swipe, yeah. Friend zone, yes. That might be one we could do a reference with. That'd be funny to do. Because that was one of the things I was reading there as well. It's like the whole, what was it? The friends thing? Someone asked to be the wife, responded, be friends instead. Get friend zoned, bitch. Because, like, this is all about dodge, really, right? Speed and dodge, because she gets increased speed while moving, attack is increased for bonus speed. I don't really think that's what I want to go for. I like the idea of, like, the modal concept. Call it market research and benchmarking. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is that in a sense, I'm looking at this, I'm seeing, wow, I've got a lot of differences going on. I guess the EX is kind of similar to the Fubuki Storm, right? So I've got Blade Storm, so it's an argument there. But, like, the idea is it's a Hail of Swords targeting enemies that stun and deal damage. Again, synergizing with that kind of the stun concept. That's why, like, it's important to look at what other people have done, but not to, like, copy them, right? It's okay to take inspiration. Everyone takes inspiration. That's why I'm like, I like the idea of the friend zone joke as the item, but I don't know if I want what I want to do for it. I feel like it's going to be an item that has like synergy with that modal aspect. So like while below 40% health, do something. And while above 60%, do something else. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I could actually just have, like the thing being, or below 40% health gain, DR, while above 60% gain CDR. Actually, no, what we'll do is we'll have it as below 60% and then above 40%. So it means that you're like got a perfect middle ground that you could stick in and you get both. So if you're between 40% and 60% health, you're getting both bonuses. So it is actually like a nice solid balance point. But it means as well as like if you commit to just playing her as only Fubuki or as only the fox, you are not fully detrimented unless you're doing only normal version, which you're only getting the damage increase and CDR, right? Because then you're probably playing to be at full health all the time. Actually, then the item could be I am fox, and the ability could just be let's be friends. Killing Claws, I'm a Fox, Mountain Path, Let's Be Friends, and Bladestorm. Because Let's Be Friends makes sense. Let's Be Friends, damaging stunned enemies below this executes them. That actually fits a little bit. Getting friend zoned is getting fucking murdered after all, so. You're stunned and murdered. I actually like that. Yeah, I'm down for that. And that's a solid build for her. Creates an interesting play pattern that's like really weird. I don't know how well it will play out, but I think it's an interesting one to experiment with at the very least. Again, this is the beauty of like, this is probably one that I won't enjoy playing myself, but I see a lot of people enjoying this kind of style. Keep in mind, the game's not made just for me. The game's definitely made with me in mind, but like, we want to do like a diversity of different weird, stupid builds. Alright, but yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, like, one of the things, okay, I will openly admit to this, one of the things that, caused me to move super fast with the, Fuamoko design is because I want to make sure that design is, like, in the game and, like, very well known to be in this game before Holocure does something with Fuamoko, because I don't want to feel like I'm just copying them. Like, there's a very good chance they might do something similar. I don't know what they'll do for Fuamoko. But, like, now by doing this, I guarantee that's not going to be the immediate comparison. And if people do still do that comparison, I can at least make the argument, well, if this, mine was out before that. Not saying that KU fucking copied me. God, no. KU's more than capable of coming up with cool ideas on their own. But it's at least something I've got going for me. Gives me a little bit of wiggle room for that argument. It's also, in a sense, why I've avoided hololivers as much as I have. Like, Mume and Fuamoko being, like, so far into the thing, where, at the moment, all we have is Gura, I believe. And there was and this is something I'll openly admit to, Gura had a very conscious effort to design it in a way that wasn't the same as what holocure had. Like, I'll openly admit to that. That was a very key consideration while designing her, was not to just do that again. Now, did it inform my entire process of doing it? No. But it definitely was a part of my brain that I was considering the whole time. Like, what do I do with that? That's valid direction? Yeah. Like, it doesn't think. Don't readdress and address market. Yeah. It's like, it also just creates a situation where it's like, oh no, so you are just clearly copying holocure, right? I am trying to avoid that philosophy as much as possible. Holocure is an inspiration for this game. I will not dispute that. But like, it's as much of an inspiration as anything else, right? You can position yourself as non-holo. I mean, like, one of the comments I got on the devlog video I did was someone going like, hey, I really love holocure, and I kind of wanted one that was not just hololivers. I wanted one that was more broader, and it's cool to see this. And a lot of people are like being real positive about that. And that's what I kind of wanted. Is like, it's not that I want people to go, I loved holocure, now I want more. It's now we've got an option where you can play as other stuff. Again, avoiding trying to be too... This is what I stand by. I'm trying to be avoiding oversaturation of any specific category. That's why I made the noises earlier about how, like, with fruit being a VShoujo member, and like basically every update has had a VShoujo member in it. Like a VShoujo member planned. And I think that that's definitely something I think I've done poorly, is it's a little bit of a favoritism argument there of VShoujo being a predominant one, which is, yeah, I mean, true. I predominantly will watch VShoujo, but it doesn't mean that it's the only ones I'm watching. Fuck, the most recent streamer I actually subscribed to was Aura GX, right? Or GX Aura, sorry. Which is like an entirely different bracket. She's not independent, she's a corpo one, but under like a weird bannering. The fucking browser gremlin that she is. Reminds me, I need to design something up. You know what, I might also do Nyanas now. I'm gonna have to look up Nyanas. It's been a while, I can't even remember her full naming. Natasha. So, weapon is already in the game. It's... whatever the fuck it's called again. I have to go to a lore section, because that's probably where I'm going to get the information. Because it's literally in the game, but I can't remember the fucking name of it. Necronomicon. Yeah. Item... I know what the item's gonna do. Gain... I don't know, like 50, no, 20, 40, 60, 80% duration. Passive was going to be, cool down rate reduced by 40%. And be increased. Given is duration. There we go. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Let's see. What the fuck is some of these comments? Good lord. I wonder. I'll have to watch Kitchen Nightmares with another VTuber. I mean, that sounds fucking amazing, though. That sounds good. Have fun with that. Cheating on you? Ah, I'll live. At least you admit to it. Doing better than most of the people I know. Yeah. Adding to the voices in your head's not fun. No, it makes sense, makes sense. I mean, at the moment, I'm just, like, sitting here trying to think what I'm gonna do with Nyanna's stuff, because, like... I don't know. But yeah, catch you later, Jin. I mean, it's probably just like another summons related thing, is the idea. Like, the alt's gotta be some fucking bullshit giant eldritch shit going on. Each clone is a single Nyanner. God damn it. Yeah, let's have a look at a gallery as well. Remember that one outfit that got her banned, like, fucking pretty early on? It's really funny. I actually liked that outfit too, the, like, fucking intense eldritch one she had. What the fuck is that abomination? Forgot about that. Yeah, that one. Dark Messenger. I loved Dark Messenger. It was so cool. There we go. How about that for an ability? For each of the summon you have, gain a small evil eye that follows you around and attacks nearby enemies. These counter summons, but not for itself. This will matter because of obviously like the idea with Fruit, where hers is like gain bonus damage and movement speed for each summon on the field you control. So it means that like these two actually have a really nice synergy kind of going on there. It's probably going to be the case that these would likely be the others' like assist a lot of the time for that argument. Because like again, this has always been a thing that's going to happen. Is I'm going to do a bunch of like duration and summons and stuff like that. What was the thing again? It would be... There we go. I like that as a cool EX. Capping Stone. So Vision's the portal, you and all your summons exude an aura around, dealing damage to enemies. So it means that like each of those would probably stack independently, so that means like you could stand next to your summons and like nothing can get close to you for a bit. Especially with the way the passive's gonna work, it's gonna be very interesting because certain summons aren't gonna work as well with Nyanas as they would with others, right? Because some summons aren't gonna give a shit about duration, whereas like some will. And that's gonna be the fun one. The names, though, are going to be interesting. What the fuck is a Kufa, though? You know what? Maybe I don't want to know. Before the rise of humanity, hung out the elder gods. They were a bunch of boomers. To prevent her from conquering the world, sailed away in Siberia and Arctic for over 2 millennia. Recently, she awoke from slumber and rejoined her cat spirit familiar Goro and began wandering. Created by Azeroth to drain sanity from mankind. It's been decades of the modern Earth. She grew tired of siphoning sanity of twisted humans. She became friends with fellow VTubers. Gloria became a manager. Brainwashed, gun run to let Yanis defeat Jojo. She rebelled against Azeroth, vowed to protect the world rather than destroy it. Just another world. Feed on and stay away for a few billion years. Alright, how boring. If you don't care about chaos, the endless entertainment it brings, then I'll blame the world for myself. Despite her rebellion against Azeroth's demand, she comes good. Father sees to do his will. Spent centuries searching for Yanis, following her imprisonment. Due to his controversial use of language. Alright then, sure. Appears to be quite dangerous for Nianas. At several times after opening the book, she was stared at by an emergent eye, which drove her mad and reset her memory. As included. Yanis cannot fly, but she can lay eggs. Sure, why not? The random things that she's probably out of pocket said at this point. It's too long. Golden Eyes also signified that she's full of urine. Okay. Why the fuck not? Let's go look at some quotes, because this is gonna get me probably further along with this last one I want. Yeah, it is raw, da da da. I'll come back to that, I think. I don't think I've got a good name for the ability right now, but I know of a couple of quotes off the top of my head that I'm not got like that. Well, no, I don't remember the full quotes, but I've got one or two that I can think of that would work for that. Okay, let's try and do preferably an indie now, I think. Indie would probably be best. I mean, I could always do Doobie. Or Mid Phantom. Totally indies, right? I mean, they are. That's the best part. I could do Sayus now. Or I could do something cool for him. Right. Or I could do Fillion. Let's do Fillion, because that means that I can actually finally move the weapon thing over. What I'll do is I will grab this. And then I need to pull this out. Let's see. No, it's just I think that's a good one for her. So to explain that, passive, while moving, lose health and gain damage. Damage amount is higher at lower health thresholds. I feel like that's an accurate one for Fillion, right? That's about right. That's a good point. We should also search up her stuff so we can see if there's anything else I might think of. Oops, it's 1L. Chaotic gremlin that she is. Good lord, the amount of fucking nicknames she's got. At least it's not as bad as Arma's. Um... Da, 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 da. No, I don't quite like that. I do think I do want to do an experience one though. I think it'd be funny. Do I want to? I like the idea of adding something here, right? So it's like you get reduced experience needed for the next level, and then like something related to health again. I think that would be a cool thing to add here, like health values. Okay, what? You can't just note fully functioning what the fuck? Note, this is severely doubted by her entire community as she doesn't possess basic skills like cooking. Holy shit, I was not ready to see her getting fucking murdered by the wiki today. She is not above immature humor, like playing pranks, and doesn't like taking things too seriously. She is also very clumsy, often running into walls, objects, or falling over. Yeah, there's a reason why, like, I was considering if this was just raw, like, watch out for that wall or something, right? I might actually just change it to that. No, I was gonna say like lose more health when running into terrain. Family-friendly image, rarely swears and tries not to engage in lewd behavior. Fuck no, what? She is very daring, going through the ridiculous punishments, which often involve her embarrassing herself in public, worlds and VR chat, ingesting undesirable combinations of food items, tweeting out self-damaging statements, and more. I thought she just does that. I didn't realize that was like a challenge. Punishment. You know what I could do? I could just have it as gain 1, 2, 3 per second. So you get experience while below 50% health? Seems really good. Creates a really weird concept going on there. Also means, I Am a Fox isn't too bad on her, actually. Because if you try and set it the, like, between 50 to 40%, that would be insanely good. How about that? EX, you throw yourself in a direction after a moment, dealing damage along the path. You bounce off walls and extend the duration. So it's all about fucking colliding with walls and going at Mark 5. Being a fucking gremlin. Okay, how much is that by those? That's 6, 6, and it'd be... There we go. So Filion would get running around like a lunatic, so a weapon, throw a spinning turtle shell after a short delay, returns in the direction it was thrown. Item, reduce experience needed for each level, while below 50% health, gains experience for the current level per second. Passive, while moving, lose health and gain damage. Damage is a higher amount at lower health thresholds, and the ability is gain damage reduction based on missing health. scaling between 5, 10, 15% to 30, 60, 90%. 90% being the maximum it will give you. And then EX, throw yourself in a direction, dealing damage. You bounce off walls and it extends the duration when you bounce. There we go. I think that's a fun one for Fillion. I don't think there's much else I would do for her design. Like, I think that's kind of the core stuff there. Some things that will people recognize, especially if they know her. Stupid shit like that. I think the Beetle Yeet as her weapon is just the funniest though. Like, regardless of how like relevant that is to her by comparison, it's just really fucking hysterical that like of all the things that exist, Fillion just fully grabbing him and throwing him over. It's just really funny. But yeah, like I still remember the VTuber and training thing, so I was like, yeah, I'll add that into there. Colliding with walls and stuff like that. I feel like that's accurate. You know what? That's gonna be her fucking ability name. It's not that bad, chat. You cannot convince me she doesn't say that, like, all the fucking time. It's not that bad, chat. It's not that bad. Oh, yeah, mods. Yeah, mods is the other thing. What the frick, bro? Yeah. Jesus. I love how it's got mods. Whenever Fillion wants her moderators to do something or fix a problem she's in, even if it's a problem they don't have any control over. Yeah. Again, on point. On point. Alright. So, hopefully from this we get to see, like, how I've said before, designing characters does take a lot of time and effort, but, like, actually designing the raw idea and then implementing it, it's kind of on the faster side comparative to the assets. Takes me like a full week to do all of the assets for a character nowadays. Whereas, like, this, we've done multiple characters, at least raw designs, within, like, a stream. And we've also done some touch-ups to other characters. So, it's important to kind of acknowledge where your strengths lie with each thing. My strengths do not lie in art, because I hate art. I think we'll change yoga pants from the item in here, but we'll retain like the item existing. I'll just like make this so it's not Mel's item anymore. What would give additional pickup range and a VTuber related? That would be funny. Um... That's a hard choice. Do I see the Twitch chat, or is the message messed up and is a big delay? I have not seen the Twitch message. I did not see the last one. That's it. What has gone wrong? Give me a sec. Thank you for pointing that out, though. I open this up. Do I have access to both chats? But yeah, the Philly and yelling mods thing, yeah. It's just, we're used to it at this point. Like, every clip ever of Philly has her screaming mods at least some point in it. Yeah, Twitch doesn't look like it's turning up at all. Did that send to Twitch at least? Nope. Okay, I'm fully not connected. Give me a second. There we go. Fixed it. There you go. Now you can. Now Twitch has the chat allowed again. So what happened was, for some reason, my connection on my program broke. It happens to YouTube a lot. Doesn't happen to Twitch very often. Very strange. Gonna write a joke or two and then go to sleep. Thank you for fixing the chat. You're welcome. I mean, to be fair, I'm probably not gonna go for much longer. I'm basically gonna name this and then we'll probably start wrapping up anyway. I don't know what the fuck I want to name this though. What the hell do I name something that just gets pickup range? What do I give it? What feels like pickup range in VTubers? Or anime in general, I guess. I guess like a storage thing would kind of hint towards it, right? bag of holding. Following? Maybe. I think I'll go with bag of holding for now. Be real boring like that. That does mean I need to change the name. Yeah. There we go. Alright. Wondrous for the stream. Thank you for being here and good night. Catch you later, devil. Always good to hear from you. Have good sleep. Sleep is important after all. Something, I should follow that advice at some point, right? Okay. Cool. Bag of holding. I think that's a good enough name for it. At worst comes to worst, we come back and rename it at a later stage. I still kind of want to do a big document at some point of like all of the names and all of the descriptions and like post it somewhere and let people like suggest edits. Because I think that's kind of where we're at with things. Because then that way like people can help me create better wording and stuff like that for certain aspects. Because I know people have suggested stuff in the past, and I know a couple of them I've said no to, and a lot of them I have said yes to. So that's always a key part. Aside from that, I don't think there's really anything else I can think of that we want to toss in, right? I think we've done a really cool job with the designs that we've done today. So again, kind of reviewing over the characters we've done. We've basically, from relatively ground up, done 4 characters. And we did tweak Melody a little bit. I'll actually go through and do that properly soon. And yeah, other than that, we just kind of explained what we've got so far. So to review over them, so apricot or fruit. Weapon is fire a little ball, like a magic sphere sort of thing. It will like go out fast and it'll get slower as it moves. Item summons gain bonus damage and stuff. I'm leaving that very wide open because I don't know quite what I want to do with them yet. I might make like some stats for summons specifically, like attack speed for them, which would be normally affected by cooldown rate, but it would also mean that it could be done slightly differently. Passive, Terry, gain an additional weapon called Living Phylactery. This weapon does nothing initially. When killing enemies, drop souls. After 5 minutes, the weapon gains the ability to attack, and this time is reduced by collecting said souls. Fires projectiles at nearby enemies, increasing the damage as time continues, and so opening it early is good, and souls continue to speed this up. So basically, the entire item is a permanent duration stick, And it is all about like just getting that time going for it, but killing things gives you souls, which gives you time off of that to make it more stronger, faster. Ability, gain bonus damage and movement speed based on the amount of summons you have. EX, create a zone that deals damage and enemies and heals allies. Shirakami Fubuki, weapon, slash and a clone in front, and later levels would add a stun effect. Item, I am a fox, while below 60% health, gain DR, damage reduction, while above 40% health, gain cooldown rate. Passive, mountain path, gain damage while not a fox, while below 40% health, transform into a fox and gain 100% dodge chance briefly, while as a fox, gain movement speed, and then lose fox form when you go above 60% health. Which I quite like the idea of that. And then ability, let's be friends. Damaging stunned enemies below certain health thresholds will execute them. So basically, we'll just kill them. Cool. Good times. Sorry, by the way, that was probably very loud, that clap. EX Bladestorm, a hail of swords targeting enemies that stun and deal damage. So basically, they'll rain down, hitting individual enemies. Well, hitting being loose term. They will target an enemy, there'll be an animation for it going to them, and it will stun them and deal damage. And I'll make sure it's in that order, so then that way we can assure that it can also execute if necessary, which would probably realistically basically be equivalent to saying, your EX, potentially just a fucking screen wipe, which is good. Natasha Nyanas, weapon, the Neoconomicon, which is already in the game. It basically summons a tentacle that fires projectiles, kind of like a pea shooter. Item, Arctic Prison, gain duration, which is really good. Passive, Dark Messenger, cooldown rate is reduced by 40%, so you'll only have 60% cooldown rate. And it cannot be increased, and bonus cooldown rate is then given as duration instead. So you want summons that are duration based, or weapons that are duration based. Ability, for each other summon you have, gain a little evil eye that follows you around and attacks nearby enemies. And then EX, visions of the portal, you and all your summons exude an aura that deals damage to nearby enemies. Hey Anakin, how's it going? And then Fillion, finally, the one we just worked on, getting that designed up. Beetle Yeet, throw a spinning turtle shell after a short delay, returns in the direction it was thrown. Very much your, like, the cross, the holy cross thing from Vampire Survivors. Item, VTuber in training, reduce experience needed for each level, and then when below 50% health, gain experience per second based on current level, sort of thing. Passive, watch that wall. I'm probably going to change that name. I don't think it's that great. But yeah, while moving, lose health and gain damage. Damage amount is higher at lower health thresholds. Ability, it's not that bad, chat. Gain damage reduction based on missing health. Up to 90% at max rank. Which is really good. And then EX, throw yourself in a direction after a moment, dealing damage along the path. You bounce off walls and extend the duration when you bounce. I want to stress with this, I'm probably not going to let you be invulnerable during this, and your passive is still going to rip your health with this. So this is one of those characters that I wonder how good they're going to be, and how much I might need to tweak certain things, but that's why I'm like giving 90% damage reduction. Because like if you get a little bit of healing on this character, you'll probably never have any problems. However, you're also not going to probably be able to consistently keep your low health thresholds. So it becomes a bit of a risk reward there. High risk character. Fillion being a high risk character, I feel just fucking on point. So, again, those designs are probably not going to be seeing the light of day properly into the game for a very long time. Outside of a couple of them. I mean, I could probably toss, like, the Nyanas one, the item in, pretty easily, because it's just duration increase. The problem is, I don't think many weapons actually scale with duration when they're supposed to. So I'll have to do something about that. To be fair, I kind of want to do a soft architecture rework to a couple of things coming up soon, to handle some stuff. There's a couple of items and stuff that I want to change how they're done to better, show, I guess, what they're doing. And make, things a little bit more clear, is because, like, I dislike this. I really dislike this, because this doesn't show the information correctly. So what I might do is I might do something that removes this and just adds things in a bit better. But that will be like a whole ordeal at some point. So, with that all being the case, like I said, I'm pretty sad about how today's not going to be a very productive day in the sense of actually getting stuff done on the game, but I was just not in the right headspace for it. I apologize. I'll try and get some work done between now and next, so we can get back on track with certain things. I am going to be behind though. I think I'm basically a good week behind on what I have expected done. So I'm going to start like trying to compensate with that with a few things, but again, as a reminder, I'm not going to be able to get anywhere near as much work done outside of stream as I can normally because I'm going to be moving. So with that all being the case though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.